Yeah, I'm sure yours is sharper. It's not sharpened yet, so honestly, everybody's knife should be sharper than that. That stuff is wax paper. It's the stuff that's on the back of stickers. So it's not regular paper. And according to everybody else, it's harder to cut thin paper cleanly than it is to cut thick paper cleanly. Never tested it, to be honest, so where do I put the other blade? Oh. That blade's useful. Nope, you're not going to be a mod tonight. So today we got a really expensive knife that I'll be putting up for sale after I figure out more information about it. I don't have an exact price on it yet. But this is a Koenig Arius in S90V with a two-tone DLC finish. I think these run around 800. So the regular version runs about 800. This one was a limited run from 2017, and it has been used. Yep, it's not even mine. I took it from somebody who said, "Sell it for me." I know, shocking. So let's get started with some sharpening, because he wanted me to sell it for him. I'll be sure not to contract tuberculosis while you're gone. Oh, this is so much easier to fit on a vertical stream. 80 grit? No. I'm not starting with 80. We will start with 320 though. I have no clue how to pronounce that, but how you doing? So we're going to start off sharpening this. And then this one will be going up for sale tonight. If you want to buy it before it goes up, tell me now. I need to look up how much they go for. Real quick. Here we go. Directly from NAFS. This runs any minute now. This is $59.50 from NAFS. Of course, this one's used. It will be like new by the time I'm done with it. Let's see how much they sell for elsewhere before I start. $59.50. Okay. So it's starting to look to me like $59.50 is the standard of how much they sell for new. And Blade HQ, of course, sticking them out for $70. The red one isn't for sale, but this one will be once I'm done cleaning it here on stream. How much? Let me check how much they sell for on eBay, and then I can give you a price. If eBay ever loads. Baby Banter OD Green. Why would I do a face reveal? In no way will a face reveal benefit my channel. It makes me slightly more personable. That's it. There is one that has sold on eBay, and it sold for $59.50, which is how much they are new. I don't think that that's a fair price. That's more like it. 35, 45. I will do 40 plus shipping. Or 40 free shipping, sorry. Anywhere in the US. After I clean it up. So we'll clean it up and then we'll sharpen it, because on the off chance that I screw up and cut myself, I'd rather cut myself with a dull knife than a sharp knife. There they are. T8, T6. I know, 40's tempting because... So these are diamond lapping films, and they're going to take a little more skill than a regular diamond stone. But it's basically stickers, diamond stickers that sit on top of a glass plate from Sharpo Sharpening Technology, I believe. Sharpening Products. The stickers are replaceable. The whole set is $70 for the diamond set. and you get 4 grits. It's honestly a pretty solid set. I've gotten myself up to, where's my Benchmade? God, I just can't show nice things, can I? I've gotten up to mirror edges. With those things. My recommendation, if you are going to use them, only go away from yourself, having the edge pointing towards you, like this. Because if you pull forward, you might end up cutting the sticker. I know it sounds stupid using a sticker to sharpen a knife, but it works really, really well. Because I can't seem to convince myself to keep the nice shit in my pocket. Well, it's a Benchmade, it's not that nice, but... Look, it's over at the chair and the recliner that I sit in all the time. I just, for some reason, took it out of my pocket and then left it there. So this thing's never been taken apart before. You can tell. Okay, yeah. Actually, I just bought it today, so... And I bought it to sell it. So, just so you know, I know this turns a few people away. I only use Cash App. And my reason behind that is PayPal is a huge pain in the ass. And due to them screwing me over a few times in the past, I will never use them again. Something else that's going to be going up for sale tonight once I'm finished is this. This is a full-size Praxis. Brand new. These are $42.50, I believe. And I think a fair price on that after shipping. I'll be honest, I haven't set up a Cash App account in years. I wouldn't expect it to be too super hard. I'm pretty sure you just kind of put in an email and connect it up to a bank account if you want to do that. If not, I can sell it to you through Blade Binge, but it will cost more. Specifically because they charge like $10 in shipping. Partially because I use the boxes that I use, but they won't let me use the padded envelopes. They say that the padded envelopes aren't durable enough. And don't get me wrong, most of the time I agree, but I like wrap every soft part of those things in tape. I sell my knives on Blade Bench. We'll start with isopropyl alcohol. Clean out all the sections that tend to pick up dust. I'll tell you what, it is really nice picking up used knives every once in a while. So my only issue with this knife, specifically my red one, is I know my red one got a pretty poor heat treat. And the reason I say that is it oxidizes in the box. So what I mean by that is when it's sitting there, it is Nitro V is a stainless steel, but when it's sitting there in email, Instagram, whatever works. I prefer Instagram, but if you only go through email, that works too. It'll be sharp by the time I'm finished. Are you already finished with the Cash App thing? I'll be honest, I thought it took me like 15, 20 minutes to finish. That's dumb. You're missing out on a lot of good people. Fuck Instagram. They hate me too, don't worry about it. They don't promote my shit to anybody. Sharpened something in D2. How'd that go? Nice. Well, now there's the question. Did it cut a paper towel without you holding the paper towel apart? Or did it cut it with you holding it like that? Because that's like one of the final tests of sharpness right there. Okay, yeah. I'm not saying that that's not sharp, don't get me wrong. But the next step is not holding the paper, is just holding it like this and cutting. What was I? Oh, Q-tip. That's what I was going for. I keep interrupting myself and then I forget what I was doing. I sit here wondering what the hell's going on. So yeah, if you want to send me an email and better yet, if you want it packed on stream, I can give you my Cash App on stream. I've done that a few times. Yep, Cash App. That is what I go through. According to everybody else, the way that they describe Cash App is great. The thing that drug dealers and scammers use. But I think I've built myself a decent reputation so far. And honestly, scamming somebody out of $40 sounds pretty stupid. Where is my cutting board? Oh. Duh. Like, if I'm gonna scam somebody, it has to be something that's worth losing my reputation forever over. And I doubt that there's an amount of money that's gonna make that happen. So. Can't be losing any pieces now. Well, that sold quick. 20 minutes on stream and it's already sold. I think that's the fastest I've ever sold a knife. These need cleaned. Not even kidding. I bought that knife. Like, that is the fastest sale I've ever done to a person online. I bought that knife around, what, 6.5 hours ago? Fair enough. And hey, yours comes with a pocket clip because the one that I bought didn't. And I paid way too much for mine. I paid more than 40 for one without a pocket clip, so back when I wasn't actually looking for a great deal. Ground Fog, what's up? It was a while ago. I always told myself I'll get a pocket clip for one of those one of these days. And then I just stopped looking. Does anybody know what kind of edges Nitro V likes? Does it like them toothy or does it like it high grit? I swear one of these days I'm going to get a demagnetizer that works so that this doesn't keep happening. Because that's annoying right there. Okay. Start with... other side. I guess I can answer that question myself if I look up the carbide percentage of Nitro V. Oh, I forgot to clean that. Looking good. There we go. That doesn't feel right. I really don't want to use like grease on this, but grease would probably work best. We'll soak them in isopropyl alcohol real quick and clean them out. They feel gummy. They didn't feel like that earlier, but sometimes when you take these things apart, you never really know what's going to happen. That feels fine. And not that it's going to change anything, but I like it when mine face that way. Okay. Well, that went together really nice. Wish they all did that. This is a tiny knife. I see. My weekend's going fine. The pocket clip screw on this doesn't want to engage properly because it's a really short screw. So I gotta fix that. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. Awesome. So real quick, we're gonna look up the carbide content of Nitro V. Vanadium really low. Carbon low. So this shit should love a high grit edge. Well, that didn't take you too long. We haven't even started sharpening yet. Nice and clean now, though. Wonder if I could get that slight discoloration off. About 10 minutes? That's not too bad. Well, that's one of the few things that is wrong with this knife. Now, I haven't gotten to do a full look over on this thing other than I just took it apart and it's clean now. So that's good. And when I say issue, what I'm talking about is discoloration right there. That dot. Oh, there's another dot. Oh, no, that one wiped off. I mean, it's a used knife. Yeah. I took it apart, cleaned it, and put it back together. Why do you ask? Now this edge is mangled. And we'll start off with showing off how bad it is. Pardon me while I get my address off of this piece of paper. Y'all aren't allowed to see that. You know, if you had a chip in the blade, you could have just told me. Look at me, I'm a Spyderco, and I don't want you to notice that I have a chip in the blade. Okay. So this is all it's doing at the moment. What it should be doing is that. So we'll get it to do that real quick. That's another great thing that I like doing, is when I sell a knife, not only does it get fully cleaned, but it comes sharp too, as it should. If you buy a knife online, other than something rare, that the factory edge is nicer to have than something that you know has been sharpened, every knife that you buy should show up sharp. So that's what we're going to do now. Did I really cut myself with a box? Nope. Just poked myself really good. That stuff smells good. So for anybody curious what I'm using right now, I'm using diamond lapping stones from Sharpo. They sent them for me to test. I've never tried lapping films before, and it's weird. I'm used to the diamond plates. Now this stuff's a little more fragile. So if you do decide to buy these things, and if you're not gentle, then you might end up doing what I did, where I, while sharpening, cut a hole in one of them. I'm willing to bet that chat's broken right now. Again. Nope. Okay. AB123, what's up? Welcome back. Leslie, welcome back. The metal polish did in fact help with what I wanted it to, but not as well as I had hoped. For anybody curious, I put some metal polish on washers for a pair of 3, and then put the knife back together with the metal polish on there. And it worked great until I took it back apart and cleaned it. And then it didn't work after that. Yep. I'm starting to think I'm going to have to use something a little bit more gritty than these plates. I'm using the right one, right? Yep. Right? Yeah. I'm definitely using the right plate or the right film. Alright, so I would continue using this, but I'm not pulling a burr, so this kind of seems like the films kind of seem like something that you would use for something that you've already sharpened before. I don't think I would reprofile on one of those. So I'm going to move back to a diamond plate. I'll be honest, I find sharpening annoying. I'm just good at it. Same thing with math. I don't like math, I'm just good at it. So I want to apologize to Sharpo because I did say that I was going to use them specifically for a week, but I need to put more pressure on it if I'm going to do anything. And yeah, I've heard that from a few people. I haven't experienced them yet, so I'm not 100% sure on anything. But I want practical experience. Before I start making claims. I don't see a burr anywhere on this thing. So I think you're lucky. Because I think you got a better heat treat on your Nitro V than I did. Because my heat treat pulls a burr in like 3 or 4 passes, and this thing isn't pulling one at all. So yours is harder than mine, which is nice. What was I going to do? There was something I was going to do with this thing. Oh, microscope. Just to make sure that there isn't a burr. No. No. I have no clue. All I know is that mine was trash and yours is pretty decent. So, me talking shit about Nitro V, I talk shit about it all the time because my only experience with it, which I do tell people that I've only experienced one knife in Nitro V, was not a good experience. I would like to apologize for the marks that I'm leaving while sharpening this. And those marks are that and that. And it's very hard not to hit those spots. Oh, I pulled a burr up towards the tip. I think Civivi is large enough that they probably do their own heat treats. I think I just got really unlucky. Yeah, so they're hard to notice, but that shiny spot right there, and then there's a shiny spot right there, and that's when you hold it just wrong slightly, and as you're pushing across, that spot right there touches the stone. It's really hard not to do that. Oh, you say you not wanting to bash a company's product? They sent it to me for free. And don't get me wrong, I'm going to be honest with my review of it. My first experience with them was great. This doesn't feel normal. What is Civivi's specs for Nitro V? Because this feels high 50s, possibly even 60. Yeah, 58 to 60. Mine's definitely not that high. They say 58 to 62, so 60 plus or minus 2. Coming along nicely. Almost there. I'm missing the burr right down here. Just what my finger's covering doesn't have a burr. If you want to send it, that's my cash tag. 3 capitals and then the rest is lowercase. And then I can go ahead and pack it on stream as well. I'm not sure that this is going to work out with the films. I don't think that this stuff is going to like the films. What the hell? That was a lot of star emojis. Okay, wipe it clean. Only took 5 minutes. Well, that didn't take too long. So, fun fact, Cash App has labeled me as a scammer to people, which is stupid. My most recent buyer, Barlow Brigade, bought a case knife from me, and it informed him to watch out because this may be a scam purchase. And I'm like, dude, that's gonna ruin my reputation if that shows up every single time. Alright, you switch to the pwn. Whatever works. Well, you would know, wouldn't you? Considering Blade Binge won't let you buy shit either. I'm sorry, that was mean. It's still funny though. God, this thing's heavy. Compared to this new stuff that I'm working with, the lapping films, everything else that I have is heavy. So I'll move to an 18. Oh no, this one's the 18. Okay. My recommendation, don't hit the O instead of the I. Pro tip. No shit. Oh. Evil Twin, what's up? How's it going? See, here's the problem now. Is you screwed up and hit the asterisk instead of the I this time. Good luck, I guess. I have no clue what you were accused for or accused of and whether or not you did it. So asking random people for luck is interesting. On the bright side, if you got a parole hearing, you likely didn't do anything worse than arson. I only sell knives, I don't sell handcuff keys. Plus, if you go through the system the right way, you don't have to worry about running. Well, the dude's obviously trolling. I just don't really care, so I'm just gonna let this continue. Dexter, what's up? I'm using lapping films right now from Sharpo. Well, here's the thing, right? Now, just hear me out when I say this. If you're missing a hand, okay, right? You might get where I'm going with this already. Then handcuffs aren't going to work on you, right? See where I'm going with that? I don't think that's insensitive. I think that that's a name of a product. Just out of curiosity, have I been paid yet? That number's not right. That's more like it. Nope. Again, Straight Jacket is the name of a product. Now, supposedly, these lapping films are supposed to last as long as the lapping films from 3M. Probably a bus. No, they're not going to use a SWAT van for a bunch of people. They're going to use buses. Humvees is military. Well, the only thing that's in my head is a van, or a bus, not a van. They're not bringing you in a G-Wagon. You think police have enough money to roll around with G-Wagons all the time? And they're definitely not bringing you around in a station wagon. That doesn't make any sense. It's mostly water. It's 2 ounces of water and 1 drop of Dawn dish soap. Okay, now we're going to move up from 3,000 grit all the way up to, oh, what was it, like 6,000? It's a strop. This is definitely more than 11 degrees. I'm not 100% sure on what angle I'm using, but it is most definitely more than 11 degrees. Nope, never heard of it. Well, I'll be honest, I wasn't planning on going to begin with. I don't have time to be going to a parole hearing when it's not mine. And frankly, I haven't done anything bad enough to need a parole hearing. I am 23. So for anybody wondering what's going on this, it is wet paper. Well, it got wet at one point, but wax paper. And not wet printer paper. It is in Nitro V. I freehand everything. What makes you think that homeschooling is worse than public schooling? Let's be real here. A mirror finish. So today I started out with the SATC 400/1000, and then I moved over to diamond lapping plates from Sharpo. Anyway, that knife, this knife right here is already sold. Well, it's called anyway. I sharpened a Spyderco the other day. Do I take orders? Orders for what? How much for the diamond lapping plates? Or that stuff? The diamond lapping set was 70 for 4. I don't know about that one. I don't know how shipping's gonna work out, so maybe. It depends on what you want sharpened, really. I don't like doing kitchen knives. So here's my question for you, Leon. If that's how you pronounce that. I hope that's how you pronounce that. Does the price of the stones matter? Because to me, the price of the stone doesn't matter. All that matters is the end result. And the cheaper I can get a good result, the happier I am. Yeah. To a point, yes, but there are diminishing returns the more expensive they get. Yep, so for the harder steels, I use other plates or other stones. Like Maximate, I use a diamond, what's it called? A vitrified diamond stone. And it's 121. Yeah, I have a diamond stone specifically for those steels. But most of my knives aren't in those higher end steels, so I don't use it super often. I don't own any resin bonded steels or plates, whatever. You get the point. I haven't gotten the chance to spend that kind of money, so. And frankly, I don't know. I haven't tested them, so I don't know what they're worth to me. Yes, I got the point. I just, I'm not too worried about it. So the vitrified diamond stone that I use is a Schiefer cut that needs cleaned. So give me a sec. I'm going to move all this paper out of the way and then... Yep, 40. 40 and free shipping. I gotta wipe this off quick before it soaks it all in. Never mind, I just have to go soak it and then I'll clean it. God, sometimes you are such a pain in the ass. You're a great stone, but god damn. Yep, send address in the email along with a name. That needs sharpened. Yep. I'm going to go soak this so that I can wash it off. It's got some marks and some stuff on it that I really want to get off. Okay. While I'm waiting for that to soak. Yeah, we'll be sharpening that. And then I'll wash that off. That kind of just needs a touch up, to be honest. Probably touch it up with a 3000 and then strop it and then it's all good. Okay. Looks to me like Civivi probably finishes at a 3,000. Yeah, that's stupid. Well, I'll just check real quick and make sure payment went through. Cool, payment went through. I will get that thing shipped out on Tuesday. Today's Monday, right? So yeah, I'll get that thing shipped out on Tuesday because I don't think that the post office is open tomorrow. Yeah, that's stupid. See, that's why I have a little book hidden somewhere in my house that has a password for that has the password for everything written down everywhere. I'd show you guys the book, but if I showed you guys the book, then you'd probably see one of my many passwords. So, it doesn't make much sense to do that, now does it? So, for anybody that's interested, this full-size Praxis is going to be up for sale as well. If you've been looking for a full-size Praxis and you use Cash App or are willing to make an account for Cash App, I will sell it directly to you for, what did it go for? $42.50. I'll sell it for $35 free shipping. Yep, no problem. All the money goes directly into supporting my irrational habit of buying more knives. If you would like to see that happen, then stick around. It happens pretty damn often. I think you're getting 7.5 off. Let's see, brand new, these things run 42, and then shipping on top of that, it makes them almost 50. 75 bucks. Probably. Let me check what I got. $75. I do. I'm not sure you're gonna like it, but it is an HK made by Benchmade. And I can do 75 free shipping on this anywhere in the US. Not everybody's gonna like that. I understand that. I think that's the only single knife that I have for the $75 mark. I have a Para 2 that's up for sale. The Para 2 is, let me check how much it would be direct sale. It's up for sale on Blade Binge, but after shipping it's going to be like $170. And I really don't want to charge that much, but let me check how much I can get it down to direct. It is a great knife. I have two of them. That's why I'm trying to sell one. Let's see, 160 minus I could do $155 with free shipping. I'll show it to you if you want to see it. It is a DLC coated S45 VN with G10 scales. Oh yeah, it's a great knife. I would know the specs. Let's see what I've got. 2 things that I could sell. Honestly, I don't have a whole lot of stuff in that $50 range. I'm trying to think of things that I'd be willing to sell in the $50 range. But honestly, all that's coming up is so I've got a Rat 1 in D2. But this isn't going to reach your $75 mark. And it kind of depends on what size you want, too. Let me pull out the Para 2 real quick. I'll explain it in a minute. There is something wrong with it. But I need to explain it properly. So here's the Para 2. Pocket clip's got some wear on it. Not terrible, though. No, so the previous owner sucked at sharpening, and they've got some discoloration spots from where I couldn't sharpen properly. The whole thing's still sharp, and the tip, the very, very tip, is broken. Other than that, it's still a Para 2. It's still in great shape. Sharpened up exactly how I expected it to, so sold. Awesome. I'll take the listing down. Blade Binge. Stuff that I have for sale. And deactivate. Awesome. How do you like it? Yeah. It's the first time I've sold 2 knives in one night. So to get the PM2, I go through Cash App, Pens and Pen Blades, set up his account, and it took like 10 minutes if you haven't used it before. And the reason I use Cash App is because PayPal held $300 hostage for a couple weeks, and I missed a payment on something, and they pissed me off, so I'll never use them again. That is a grudge that will last forever. Aluminum tends to be a little bit slick in the summer. I'll admit that. The perfect time for an aluminum scale knife like that would be spring and fall. So yeah, Michael, if you want to, I can show you where to pay me, and then I'll get it shipped out on Tuesday with pens and pen blades knife as well. So I've got an email on my page. I can show you where it is. And honestly, I should set up another email specifically for sales at this point, because the email that I use is, it's supposed to be for companies to reach out to me. So when you're on my stream, you click on my profile picture, and then the more. Then if you scroll down, oh wait, no, it is right up here. That is my email address. So you can reach out to me right there, and I'll get that taken care of. I need a name and an address. I also forgot that on the 30th, we hit, holy shit, I've got 1,600 subscribers and 500,000 views. Holy shit. Where the hell did that come from? And when Michael gets back, I'll show him my cash tag, and it'll all work out amazing. Eagle Scout, what's up? Welcome back. Price is, I think, $155 free shipping. So $155 total. I need to get something figured out. What was I needing to figure out? Back over to... Sorry, Dr. Wilsta, I didn't see that. And I don't really enjoy doing trades personally. So that's my cash tag. I need to start buying more Spydercos. I need to talk to a buddy and see if he has a PM2. The first three letters are capitalized, the rest isn't. I got so close to buying a PM2 the other day for a really good deal, and then I waited one day too long and it was gone. I regret not buying that. I didn't have the money at the time, but I probably could have negotiated. There was something I needed to do. What was it? I don't remember what it was. Okay, I'll check that. One of these days it'll load. You probably should, honestly. For a second there, that scared the shit out of me. Genuinely thought that he sent like $100 more than he was supposed to. But no, it all ended up working out. Okay. I'm sitting there like, I should not have more than $400 right now. No, he sent the right amount. So yeah, I'll put this one aside, and I will put the baby banter aside. You know, actually, I can. Here's my problem, and the only problem I have with packaging these things right now. One, I can't do a shipping label. And two, if I close them before I put the shipping label on, then the envelope, the padded envelope, isn't flat. And then it looks weird, and it bothers me. But what I can do is put them in the wrap that I put on all of them. So somebody a while back was an idiot and ordered a whole bunch of these postal service things and then cut them up. Genuinely speaking, it wasn't me. And then gave them to me. So this is what I use when I've got a knife that I need to ship. I wrap them in these, and it just works. And then I stick them in a bubble mailer and then ship them out. I'm not going to name names because I'm pretty sure that that's illegal, but it happened, and I'm making do with what I did. Or, not what I did, with what they did. Oh. Hey. Shipping, I make shipping free as often as I can, so I price things accordingly. So let me check something real quick on the one that you wanted. Well, I'm not going to tell you to stop smoking. All I'm going to say is that it's not healthy. Yep, I appreciate that. Yeah, the Twitch 3, I said I'd take 38, and that would have shipping on top of that. Give me just a sec. I'm going to finish wrapping this, and then... Unfortunately, for once, I mean fortunately or unfortunately, I have multiple people talking to me at the same time. How's that going? Questionable. It's all going to work out, but... Okay. So stick the Civivi in there. Then... wrap it around. Okay. No, the worst thing is when you're texting multiple people and then you get the conversations mixed up. That doesn't happen often to me, but every once in a while. And to the United States Postal Service, your guys' postage tape sucks. It's great at one thing, being sticky. Everything else, like this cutter thing, doesn't do shit. I'll send you an email back. Unfortunately, my second phone, I don't remember what my password is for that email. So, I can't log into it on my second phone. But I will send you an email back to verify. Oh, your tape sucks. I just want you to know that. Like, it's great, but it sucks at the same time. Okay, so this is done. AB123 was talking to me. Twitch 3. Okay, Twitch 3 pricing on Blade Binge was 38 plus shipping. Clear 38 minus whatever percent equals that. Okay, so if I did 40 flat, you'd save about $8 on shipping. So if you bought direct, it would be 40 and free shipping instead of 38 plus roughly 10 in shipping. I'm telling you, buy direct. It's so much cheaper. The downside, Blade Binge doesn't get a cut. The upside, you save a decent amount of money. I try, guys. I really do. Dong Slayer, I am not going to tell you my my opinion on that. It will not end well. Give me more Bubble Maily stuff. If you guys couldn't tell, my mailing station is right here. Yeah, I appreciate you guys supporting the channel. Have I considered getting a sharpness tester? I have, but they're way expensive. And frankly, I'd rather buy a Chris Reeve before I buy one of those. So we'll use your knife to pack your own knife. So take that. How long is this? Holy shit. Wish you would have cut them to exact dimensions, but it doesn't make any sense. Yep, it would be 40 on Cash App. Cutting board. Get up here. Okay. Sounds like a plan. Okay. Now, yes, it is missing the tip, but this thing is still sharp as shit. Thanks to me, because I sharpened it. How much longer am I going to be on stream? Well, if it keeps going this well, probably a while. I don't know. I'm happy with people showing up. It's a great time. It's nice to have people to talk to, because I don't always have people to talk to, unfortunately. Usually I'm sitting here on stream talking to myself while sharpening. And I've got I'll have 60, 70 people in here and nobody says a thing. Sounds like a plan. And no, that Para 3 is not for sale. As much as I'd love to say that everything on the channel is for sale, I can't do that. I have a personal collection. So there's the Para 2. Now let's write that somewhere on it so I don't forget. Well, let's be real here. This is obviously not this. But I really don't want to fuck that up. So I'm going to go grab a marker. Also, I've been leaving my stone sitting in the water. I need to clean that. So I'll be right back with that. And a marker. Okay. You know, you think after sitting in there for 20, you probably wouldn't still be soaking up water, but no. Unfortunately, I cannot listen to music on YouTube live streams. According to the YouTube guidelines, I end up, it ends up hurting the channel when I listen to copyrighted music. Can you donate knives to the channel? Preferably not. And the reason I say that is the same reason why I don't enjoy or I don't like the thought of donations. You get nothing out of it. I'll screenshot that and I'll see if I'll listen to it later, but I don't know. My music taste is a little special. So this one is PM2. Okay. And this one is definitely not that. My favorite music is somewhere between alternative rock and death metal. Oh, the joys of finding stuff that I actually like. I don't think anything else sold yet. We'll see if I can get 3 sales in one. That would be insane. This is a 400 grit, and it cuts like a 200 grit, and the finish is around 800. So they're really weird. The vitrified diamond stones are really, really weird. It's made by Chieffer Cut, and I think it's around $100. And that is spelled CheeFarcuut. Weird spelling, but solid product. Worked great on Maximit. This thing, it was just wonderful to work with. So the only reason why I'm not selling my other PM2 is because it's hard enough to cut glass. So it's at least 67 HRC, and they're supposed to be between 60 and 62. Yeah, classical music is like one of my least favorite genres, and actually, I dislike classical more than I dislike country. The only thing I like about country is I think Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue is probably my favorite country song. If you don't understand why, then I feel bad for you. So I don't think I have anything to sharpen on this right now. I will be reprofiling this on this, though, and then we'll be bringing it up to a lapping finish. Now, I'm not going to clean this on stream. I think I'm going to record cleaning this one. No. So that's the other thing, is everything that I have going up for sale goes to my subscribers first. I tell everybody, I tell the people that watch me that I will sell to them first, and then it'll go to Blade Binge second. S. Hines, welcome back. Still haven't gotten a mentor, by the way. And I prefer to sell on stream because, well, if I stick them on like a post, nobody sees it, first of all. Nobody looks at my posts. And then second of all, I had a second reason and now it's just gone. Oh, if multiple people want the same knife and I don't have multiple of the same knife, then I kind of feel bad about it later. Because only one person gets it. I will be trying to get more Spydercos though. I know they sell well, and I know I can give people a good deal on them. I would love to be the person that sells people their first Spydercos. Trust me. You got it made. Congratulations. Now I think you got to hook up a bank account to it. Funny enough, I didn't hook up a bank account to mine. The reason why is because when I made it, money was put into it immediately from a job. And then I just never, I never put money on. So it all worked out, I guess. Awesome. And Michael, if you copy and paste, I think you can copy and paste on my bio. Then you don't have to double check. Give me just a sec. I should have a shit ton of notifications telling me that I got paid. Yes, yep, okay. Now, can I sign in? No, I can't sign in right now. Okay, I'll show you. Go into Cash App. It won't let you on mobile? Okay. That's no fun. I haven't paid somebody else in a while. Okay. So you go here, you press the pay button, and I just want to verify. Oh, okay. You have to fill out a number, so 40. Then pay, and I want to see who shows up. Okay, yeah. So I'm glad that I didn't show that because there's a lot of people that probably don't want their names out there. Pens and Pen Blades is one of them, and Barlow Brigade is another. I don't think that they want their names out there. And then up here in the section where it says name / hashtag, you'll put that. And then, yeah, and somehow it'll all work out. And I have no clue how Cash App works. I've never paid anybody on there. Chances are it's me. I talk very, very professionally in emails, but I'll try and remember that. He bought a case mini trapper in yellow Delrin. Thing was literally brand new, and dude got it for what, 30 something. Yeah, he got a brand new case mini trapper for 35. You know, if I'm going to be doing that, I got to drop the prices on other things. I can't be selling Civivis for as much as I try to. That's not fair. I mean, I literally just sold a PM2 for $50 off. These things, I can't be selling them for that much. I'm going to rework pricing real quick. Give me just a sec. That's really unfair. And I apologize for that. That was... Now, where'd you come from? Little piece of gold flake or whatever right there. Okay, so these are $42.50 brand new. They're missing the little pouch that they come in. Holy shit, my hand looks freaking fat on camera. God damn. Yeah, everybody calls or says that I got chubby hands. They're not wrong when it looks like that on a camera. I've got 2 of these. One of them's darker than the other. This one's basically new. This one's a little used. Okay. $42.50 minus 5 for the pouch missing. So $37.50. So what would it be like? Like 32 free shipping? I was gonna do 35, but 32 is a little more fair. So let's see, that's $10 off of new price. Well, $10.50 off of new price. And shipping. I'm giving it a sec to show up, but it normally doesn't take very long. The Forest, what's up? How's it going? Do I like hot dogs? Eh. Bruh, what? So AB123, just letting you know that that payment hasn't shown up. And it usually doesn't take that long. Now, I just want to verify, and I kind of feel bad about verifying late. Did you capitalize the first 3? Because those first 3 need to be capitalized. Okay, then I guess I'll just wait for that to show up. That might be a bit then. I've never had that issue before. Usually it shows up almost instantly. So yeah, these are going up for sale. I still think 25 is fair for the mini Praxis. Okay. Well, that's not too big of a deal. If that's the case, since he's already tried to purchase it, I need to take it off Blade Binge. Yeah, these 2 are 32. And then I've got like 3 mini Praxises that I'm trying to get rid of. And they're sitting there for 25 and people just don't want them. And the reason why people don't want them is Blade Binge charges shipping. I don't. I include shipping in price. So I adjust prices based off of how much I have them up for. So let's see. Looking for... Okay, so just a heads up. Oh yeah, Amazon's got them for 30. Which... Okay. I just want to make sure that your money isn't getting sent somewhere else. Because there's nothing I can do if it got sent to somebody else. No, that's fair. I'm working on getting a fixed blade auction. So one of the ones that's in the auction, there's an SE3, I think, in 1095, and oh, what's this other one? It's weird. Am I signed in on this? History. Nope. Damn. I don't know what the other one is, but it looks like a Tor Jank Shank, but without the finger hole. And it's in 1095. They run like 270 or something. It's stupid high. What a fun night. Now I just got to find more Spydercos to sell. Because I think the more Spydercos I can... Yeah, the SE3, I don't even know how much those sell for anymore. It's a green one though. I'm not sure everybody wants a green SE3. But if it's priced well enough, I don't think they're going to care. This one. Para 3 in Maximate. So I do want to be completely fair. China and Taiwan are separate. With that being said, Taiwan-based products tend to have better quality control. It would be something to look into. There are other countries as well that you can look into, but there is a large difference between the two countries. One has 1.4 billion people, and the other one doesn't. Oh, I'm in the US too. But I have an understanding that I can't control, and Taiwan can't control the shit that's going on right now. I understand that not everybody's interested in supporting them either, and I'm not going to try and force that on anybody. Everybody's opinions are their own. Part of having free speech. I can think whatever I want. Where was I going with this? Yeah. If you want to look into a country that has some amazing knife makers, look into South Africa. Some of those South African knife makers make some really nice shit. Chris Reeve started out in South Africa, started making knives for the South African military after he left because he thought that the knives that they were being given were stupid. And then now he lives here in my home city. And he has a whole company and makes them here. They're like 10 miles from my house. They're close. I can drive there in a half hour to 45 minutes. It's a great time looking over there. Which is weird. It is really weird how the third world countries, some of those knives that they come up with are amazing and built insanely well out in the middle of nowhere. Now, South Africa is a little bit different. South Africa isn't the Africa that everybody thinks of, to be completely fair. This thing needs a touch up. But yes, there's some. Everybody should go check out some of those South African knife makers. Really, really impressive stuff. It's worth looking into. They're expensive, but it's worth looking into. Now, who is that? Google. Help me look this shit up. That's a possible thing, yeah. I do want to remind everybody, I've only been in the knife hobby for like 3 years. I don't know everybody on the market, and I don't claim to either. So I am kind of new to some of these makers. The guys that have been around forever that I probably can't afford, they don't even come up on my radar. Let's look at some of these knives because I'm curious. Oh, okay. 350, 350, 325, 300, 375, 370. Yeah. These are all well out of my price range. And fixed blades aren't my thing, but I got my first knife when I was 6. That one doesn't look bad. I don't dislike that at all. No, everybody has an opinion. That's perfectly fine. The whole reason I created a YouTube channel was because I had an opinion and I wanted to share it. That doesn't make me any more special than anybody else. I just got attention. That's how it is. I should probably start with the 18 and then swap over to the 3000. Oh. And this is the one with the, yep. Paper. Give me a test. Versus, yeah. There was so much less effort on this one. That's exactly the way that I'm looking at it is I don't wear a belt, so I can't use a belt sheath. So it doesn't make much sense for me to carry a fixed blade when, one, I genuinely barely even use my knives. And two, it just doesn't fit on me. On my EDC, it doesn't fit. I don't wear jeans. I haven't found a pair of jeans that fits properly in quite a while, so it is what it is. I've looked into carrying fixed blades, like a pocket fixed blade, and there's a couple options that I'm interested in, but I'm just going for folders, honestly. Folders are my favorite. Oh yeah, that you could feel that burr. I carried a neck knife for a while. I carried a neck knife, a Gerber, a CRKT minimalist for about a month. Um, the first month or the first week was me getting used to the weight of the knife on my neck. The next 2 weeks were were me moving from the knife in my pocket to the knife on my neck. And then the fourth week was just I didn't even reach for the knife that was in my pocket at all. So for anybody who hasn't tried out a neck knife, go look at the CRKT Minimalist series. It's honestly worth giving a try. So that's not going to work. Damn. And yes, I would much rather have a titanium folder than a fixed blade. Yes, I love titanium. Way more than aluminum. I think aluminum feels cheap. Dude, Damascus is way too expensive. Mochatai is fucking expensive too. Mochatai, Zircotai, and copper over titanium? Boy, is that a statement. Copper is so heavy. It was wanting information you were not wanting to give. I mean, to be completely fair, that's kind of how it is. You like Stag? That's a pretty good. Appreciate it, the Forest. Hey, you have a good one. Stag is a solid choice. I wouldn't mind having like a sod buster in Stag. That would be a pretty fucking cool knife. But it's got to have the right pattern on it. Woodinator, what's up? And you said you agree. Do you agree that copper is better than titanium? Is that what you were getting at? I'll agree with that. The patina with copper looks great, but I'd prefer brass over copper because I like the color gold. I kind of wish I could tell the people on Blade Binge to just show up to my stream and buy something because I've got a lot of people that have knives saved that they haven't bought because they're too expensive, but if you buy them direct, they're cheaper. Oh, well, you're into fixed blades, so I guess it wouldn't. I guess it wouldn't really make sense for me to show you anything. See, I don't like micarta for a specific reason. It holds on to smells. And I've said this story multiple times. There's this dude at the pawn shop who never washes his Gerber in micarta, and it smells horrible. Every time he pulls it out of his pocket, you can smell it from across the room. It is the worst smelling thing I've smelled in a while. In a pure performance situation, titanium. Yep, I'll agree with that. Do I think I'll be streaming on Tuesday? That's pretty unlikely, but I might be every other day of the week. We'll have to see. See, if you wash your micarta, then fine. I'm not going to say that it's a bad material. It's lightweight, it's pretty durable. But God, some people just don't care for their knives and it smells horrible. But it's the knife. It's not the dude, it's the knife. Anyway, the only thing made in America that I have in micarta is a Topps MSF 4.0. Now, unfortunately, the previous owner decided that they didn't want it to be a Scandi grind anymore. So they ruined the Scandi grind, and then I came in and fixed it with a solid bevel that I thought it deserved. The knife is an extension of the dude. That's an interesting way of putting it. I have no clue what he did, but I know for a fact that sweat and dead skin cells will permeate the porous type micartas, and they'll sit there and rot inside the micarta, and it starts stinking. And by the time the thing's all said and done, it smells rancid. So this is a tip out there for anybody that carries a micarta knife. Keep it clean. People notice. You love slip joints? I got into slip joints a while back. You know, Steve, do you like titanium? It's a Gerber. The knife was probably like 30 bucks. And again, it's a Gerber. You like grippy stuff. Okay, so one of my buddies has a Pina X in titanium with micarta inlays. I think it's S35 VN. Not everybody's going to be interested in the fact that it's a stainless steel. Let me look that knife up real quick so I can show you guys what it looks like. Finding the right one is going to be fun. That's the hardest part. because it's got an interesting blade shape. See, they haven't sold it in a while, and trying to find it, it isn't easy. Any minute now. Nope, not on there. Titanium slip joint. Maybe it's not a Pina X. It's... We'll see you later, Pens and Pen Blades. You have a good one. Okay, I think I found it. The Pina Bronco. Yep. That would be it. Now I gotta find one with the right micarta. It's about damn time I found one of these things. Trying to find these things is not easy. So it's only the knife, to be completely fair. I'll need to talk to my buddy that owns it and see yeah, S35VN. Okay. And it's brown, I think. His is, not green. I like finger choils. It makes sharpening really easy. Like right there. So yeah, if you're interested in that, I'll see how much I can get him to sell it to me for. And I'll give you as good of a deal as I can on it. Unfortunately, buying from him, I'm not going to get the best deal on it, which is just how it is, but yeah, if you're interested in that Pina, just tell me. This one? It's a Topps MSF 4.0. These things are way overpriced. Brand new. Wild prices. Oh, there's a burr. Huh. Didn't expect to see that. So the Tops knives are made in eastern Idaho. About 300 miles from where I live. Yeah, you'd think that, wouldn't you? I'm going to blow your mind when I show you the price of this thing. It is disgustingly high, especially for the materials. You ready for this? It is $210. Disgustingly overpriced. Hogue makes some solid stuff. I'll agree with that. Anything made by Tops is priced pretty damn high. Oh, I guess we're moving back down a grid. I've never gotten a good enough price to be able to purchase a Spartan. I had a chance to buy one a while back, but it was just the wrong timing, and then they sold out like the day after. Do I regret buying or not buying it? Kinda. Well, it's not a Shat sharpener system. So these are lapping films from Sharpo. I'm going to let Steve answer that question, then I'm going to answer that question. I knew you meant what, but you misspelled it and I had to pick on you for it, so. You either say Shat a lot and autocorrect figured you said or you meant to say Shat, or autocorrect didn't catch it in time. Well, I'm glad we agree on that. The Deca is actually reasonably priced. The bug out is about what, $50 too high? 50 to 60. But yeah, I think we can all agree that the Deca is a better price point. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. I'll agree with that too. The blade shape options are definitely better on the Deca. It's the only time I think it's not a sheep's foot really, but that blade shape is so much better than the drop point of the bug out. To be fair, it was $10, not $5, but I will agree with you on that. That thing butchered, and I mean butchered, the bug out. No, the blade steel, the $10 Ozark trail knife, the first generation, whooped the bug out in edge retention. I don't think it was as tough. Like the D2 wasn't as tough as the S30V. But I think, yeah, SOG does the same thing. I'm starting to question that. I think that the bug out should be discontinued because of the price. I like wood that smells good. Like apple wood smells good. I'm sure a couple of you have noticed that I'm sharpening with one hand. Okay, Woodinator, I want you to tell me one thing. When's the last time you heard of Benchmade and budget in the same sentence, unless you're saying, I can't afford a Benchmade in my budget? Exactly. So it's not going to happen, first of all. Second of all, if it did, I'm pretty sure that their website would shut down. I don't think their service provider or their the servers could handle the amount of traffic they'd get if they made a budget version in 154 cm again. Yeah, exactly. Not OS 10. OS 10 sucks, but in my experience, to be fair. But if they dropped a bug out in 154 cm, not even CPM 154, 154 cm, with the heat treat that they used to do on 154 cm, that thing would sell like hotcakes. They wouldn't be able to keep up with demand. And all they'd need to do is price it at like 120. Now, don't get me wrong, that's going to completely destroy their flagship, which is the S30V version. But people would actually be happy with their products. They wouldn't feel like they're getting scammed anymore. And they'd feel like they were heard for once. But being Benchmade, and watching what they did as soon as the first of the year rolled around, I'm not holding my breath. They upped the price of everything by $20. So the bug out went from being 160 to 180. The Griptilian went from 160 to 180, which I think was worth the 160, just barely. Everything went up by at least $20. Now there's a difference between what they did and what Spyderco did. Spyderco upped their prices in 2023, I think. No, it was 2024. The 1st of 2024. January 1st. And when they upped their prices... No, wait. No. The 1st of 2025, they upped their prices. So January 1st, 2025. And they raised everything's price, everything, by 5%. You know how much 5% is? Well, it's 5%. Any knife that was almost $100 is now $100. Anything that was like 60 is like 63. You ask me, that's pretty damn reasonable. The Para 3 went from 190 to 200, or to 199.95 or something. Some stupid, semantics, whatever. And the Para 2 went from 200 to 213. They raised them a reasonable amount. That's the right way of doing it. 5%. That makes sense. Benchmade raised the price of everything by at least $20. I'm pretty sure they raised the narrows by like 40. Yeah, I kind of figured that. Yeah, I did notice that the Manix 2 lightweights, they're pretty freaking cheap. And if you want something in 15V, buy it now. Why did I respray that? Did I just flip this over? Well, yeah, Cold Steel does budget, but not good. Sorry, guys, there's something stuck in my middle finger right now. And it's stabbing me, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, but Cold Steel does budget, but they don't do it well. Same with Demco. They do budget, but they suck at it. Like high-end budget. Yeah, I think in the last 3 years, the bug out went up in price by 40. I'm stuck with, I love 154 CM. It's my favorite steel. You like Civivi? Yep. This one's up for sale if you're interested. Well, 154 CM because it's cheaper. If you've ever noticed, things in CPM 154 cost more than 154 CM, but you're not getting that performance difference that justifies them being like 30 or 40 bucks more. That's disgusting. I think the whole time that I've been in the knife community, Spyderco raised their price once. Which that's a pretty good deal. I don't know where Benchmade's buying their shit for them to justify prices going up so much, or if they even care about justification at all. I've never talked to anybody from Benchmade. Frankly, I'm just not impressed. Yeah, CPM makes a difference. When Crucible Metals makes steels, it does do a difference, but not a big enough difference to justify like $30 or $40 increase. Benchmade, you're literally just paying for a name. So here's the thing with me, right? Value matters. That is something that's a big deal to me. If I'm not getting good value for the money, I'm not going to buy it. And I'm not going to try and justify it to you guys either. As a person with some sort of influence on people, I'm not going to lie to you guys and tell you guys that something's worth it when it's not. That's disgusting business practice. And I find that horrible. I guess with fixed blades, CPM 154 would make a bigger difference than on a folder. That's fair. I'll give you that. Well, I'm about to drop what, 540 bucks on a Chris Reeve. So, and it's because they're comfortable. That's the biggest reason why I want it, is because it's comfortable. How do you wash micarta? A rough sponge and soap and water. You know what? For some reason, I wouldn't doubt if Steve would buy a sword. I'm going to be honest. I don't think I would doubt if anybody in here said they're going to buy a sword. Because let's be real here. Swords are fucking awesome, right? We're knife guys. A sword is just a giant knife. They're cool. We'll see you later, AB123. I do want to double check and see real quick if that payment went through. If it didn't, we'll try and work something out, okay? Yeah, it didn't. But we will try and work something out. Genuinely, this sucks, guys, because I've been sitting here trying to sell AB123, the same knife, for a couple months. And every time we get something worked out the way that we think we could, it doesn't work out. I'll be honest, if I'm going to use some sort of soap, it's probably going to be Dawn dish soap. A color-free dish soap. That's probably not a bad idea. So, Steve, you said you like slip joints. What did you think about that pina that I showed you a minute ago? I'll have to see how much I can get it for is the thing. If I can get it for the right price, since it's missing the pouch and the box and everything, I could probably do like 170. But it really depends on how much I can get it for. AB123, what's up? Welcome back. Sounds like a plan. You feel free to think about it. Yep, we'll see you next time, AB123. You know what sucks is you're like a week and a half too late. Because I've got a little native that's called for already. If I get another one, stick around, show up on streams. I'll see if I can get another one. You're good. We'll see you later, 123. You sleep well. Yeah, it's getting pretty late here, but I'm having a good time. So, now that's a word I haven't read or seen. Read or heard in a while. Mahogany. Kickery. I've never heard of that. I do not sell from a store. I just sell from me. Again, I have to pick on people for that. Kickery. Yeah. I had to. Okay, we'll wipe this off. So I don't have a website, and I don't like, I sell through Blade Binge if you're interested. But if you buy through Blade Binge, I tack on extra cost because Blade Binge takes a cut. Pat Young, what's up? Welcome in. Isn't cedar like really, really soft? Really, really soft. Much better. Paper test. Oh, yeah. That's how this thing should be. Nice and sharp. Beautiful edge. Oh, it's just wonderful. Of course, chat broke again. The top's knife with brass screws. Honestly, that wouldn't look bad. You're right. See, I don't mind injection molded handles if they're done right. Like the scales I like the least, I think genuinely my least favorite scales ever are the Spyderco lightweight scales. Those scales suck. I don't think I've ever babied a knife that I carried. There's certain knives that I baby in general because of how expensive they are, how rare they are, stuff like that. But other than that, if I'm carrying a knife, I'm not going to baby it. So, I don't think there's anybody left in here that's actually interested at the moment, but these two are up for sale. They've both been freshly sharpened. So somebody came in and asked that earlier, and I don't sharpen kitchen knives. I know that for a fact. I don't know, I'd have to think about it. I would definitely be charging less than everybody else because I'm still getting into it. Because that stone is glass. These two back here, these are glass. Like I said to the other guy, it depends on what you're wanting sharpened. And depending on the steel, it won't end up with that polished finish that these ones have. Where you can see the reflection of the paper. Some steels don't like a polished finish. Around 100. See, that's fair. So, $100 could get you. What do I have for sale around $100? Not a whole lot. I know that. Give me a sec. Let me look around. I have a box full of shit that I want to sell, but none of it's priced that high. That sounds horrible. $100. Let me check what I have. So I don't have anything for 100 directly. I have a ZT that I'd do for. What was I telling people? And where is that thing? You fancy ass. There you are. Yeah, that is a solid username, by the way. So they're lapping films. They're diamond lapping films. It's basically a sticker that has diamonds embedded in it. Commander's got a point. If you have a red hot knife, it'll cut butter. So that ZT is. How much do I have it up for? It's not going to be 100. It's going to be more, but it's the closest thing I have to 100, I think. So it's sitting at 180. It's 180 on Blade Bench. So direct sale would be 180 minus whatever percent plus shipping. Would be like 172 with free shipping. They are not stones. They are stickers. So basically, it's these, and they're stickers with diamond grit on them. And then you stick them to the piece of glass, and it just works. You have to be gentle with them, or else you'll cut them. Yeah. So this on top is just a sticker on a glass pane. It's got two sides. And so far they worked out great. I wouldn't suggest them for people that are new to sharpening, because you can't be rough on them. You need to be gentle. But yeah, they're from a company called there is one other knife. They're from a company called Sharpo Sharpening Products, and they sent them to me for a review. And so far the review's going fine, but I haven't done extended testing, which is what we're doing here. Is the more knives I sharpen, the more the grit should come off. You mean this one? So this is the company, and this is the sharpening set. Anyway, the next closest thing that I have to 100 is it needs help. I do want to preface by saying that it needs help. Just a little bit, though. It's a fully functional knife, and it's been taken apart and cleaned. Let me grab it real quick. Oh, yeah. Not everybody's going to be interested in this either. This is a Kershaw Echelon. Every other one of those things that I've seen sell, it goes for like 150 or something on the used or on the new market. I mean, they're new. So that is a DMT, Diamond Stone. I'm going to be moving over to some Shaptons here pretty soon. The Shapton Koromaku series. So the reason it is spring assisted, yeah. Not everybody's interested in that. They're expensive though. Kershaw Echelon. 119, 129, 199, 199. Damn, that shit's expensive. Sold items. And there's only one that sold for 51, but on ceramic stones, would you like the spring removed? I don't know. I think the spring kind of gives it its character. Anyway, the thing wrong with it that I needed to tell you about if you were going to buy it, one of these screws on the pocket clip spins freely. The little insert, the little stainless insert, broke loose on one of them, and that needs to be fixed. I'd send it into Kershaw, but I don't know what they're going to do with it. They're probably going to say, oh, this can't be replaced, and then they're going to replace it with a different knife. Let me just show you everything that I have for sale, or that's going to be going up for sale if it isn't already. And then you can tell me what you think, if there's anything you're interested in. That'll just make things easier. Do you want no spring-assisted knives? Because if you don't want spring-assisted knives, I'll leave those out. I'm having a good time. You might be annoying other people, but you're not annoying me. It is literally just a spring. So I want to give you a chance to look at least one spring-assisted one. I've got a shit ton of these. The Kershaw Leek, they're made in the US. It's a solid knife. I've got a bunch of different colors. It's just nobody wants those things, unfortunately. Well, it's a good knife. I mean, yeah, nobody wants to buy them for my prices. I mean, seriously, brand new, it's 60 something, and I'm selling them for 80. No. I have these things priced at 35, but nobody wants it, so. I fully take them apart piece by piece. Every single piece is taken apart. I clean them, I grease them, put them back together, and then I sharpen them. And nobody wants them. Now, I'm not trying to make you feel bad about it. Somebody one of these days will find a leak that they like. Yeah, you can remove the spring just fine. Takes like 10-15 minutes. I'm selling multiple Kershaw Leeks, mind you, for 35. I think this is everything at the moment. Oh, that's not true. Nobody's going to be interested in this thing, but it's there. Oh. And another one of these. For this CRKT or this one? The black one or the silver? And just so you guys know, I haven't priced almost any of these things. Yeah, I've got a shit ton of Kershaw leaks. I've got like 11 of them. The silver one, so the Kiss. How much does the Kiss go for? CRKT Kiss. The black one in the middle is a CRKT Thero, designed by another guy that's also in my hometown. It has paint, black paint finish. What model number are you? 5600. 5600. There's one up for 50, but it definitely didn't sell for that much. There's one, 85. Damn. That one was new though. 67. No. 50. Apparently the drop point's a little more rare than the other versions. The one that nobody would be interested in. This one? Or this one? Well, probably this one. I know very little about this thing. And unfortunately, the guy who said he was interested in it never ended up paying for it, so... If you want to buy more than one, I'd be happy to sell you more than one. Give me a sec, I'm trying to price this thing, and it's hard trying to find well, brand new, this thing's 22 bucks. Brand new, it's also a Tonto, and I de-Tontoed it, so it's now a drop point. I'd probably go 20. Wait. You already bought something else. 16. I'd do 16. And I'll just ship them both at the same time. So these things sell for way more than I thought they did. The black CRKT. I want to get as much out of this thing as I can, but I don't want 85 for it. That's disgustingly high for the materials. Plus, the one that sold that I'm looking at still had the red lettering that you can see the red marks that are in there. You could probably redo that with nail polish, to be honest, and it would look pretty damn good. I don't know, like 45. It's in pretty decent overall condition, but it needs a touch up with, yeah, a little bit of stuff that's sitting in there. This one I won't take apart. It's a patent pending version. $25. I think I paid more than $25 for it. I did not get a good deal on that one. Now, let's see, the Thero. How much does the Thero sell for? It's 8 CR. It's not the best knife. CRKT THERO. 150. No. 105. That's way too much. You know I hold things for people, right? 16, 21, 45. I'll do smack dab in the middle at 28. So I'll do 24 for this. So Woodinator, do you want this thing put on hold? Because if you do, I'll stick it in the notebook. So just so you know, hold lasts for a month. If you don't buy it in the month, I will stick it back up for whoever else to buy it. Let me show, I gotta bring out all the other leaks because I know not everybody's interested in olive drab. Let me go see what other colors I have. Jersey, what's up? So I've got a black one. If you like OD green, then I'm not gonna tell you no. I have two OD green ones. One of them's 17 years old, so it's no longer green, and it isn't in 14C like they usually are. It's kind of a collector's piece, to be honest. I'm not sure if you'd want to destroy that. And I've got a plain one. God, chat keeps breaking tonight. So let me show you the other one that used to be OD green. No, but shit happens, and with how thin these things are, I wouldn't be surprised if it just broke. If you use them wrong, they don't enjoy that. So once upon a time, that was this color. They don't make them with the black blade anymore. It is 17 years old. It's about to turn 18. So this knife was made before they came out, before the steel that this knife is in was invented. It was ahead of it by about 2 years. Another thing about Kershaw that I implore you to keep in mind that is pretty cool. If you break the blade on one of these and you pay them $25 and ship it in, they will ship it back with a new blade. So that is a cool thing about Kershaw. And considering you're buying it for $35, honestly, a new blade is gonna cost the same as what I'm shipping or I'm selling them for. Because if you have to pay for shipping on top of a new blade, the black one on the far right. So this is an HK, what is it, 14452. Not everybody's interested once they see that blade shape. They say it's a Tonto and it's half serrated, and then they just say no. So this was made around the 2009 model year, around there, by Benchmade. Back when Benchmade still made stuff in, yeah, it's HK, Heckler and Koch. It was made by Benchmade back when they still had a Chinese factory. Recent listings of these things, I think they're selling around 90. They don't make them anymore. So that's something that I'd be kind of careful with. Now that's the stupid thing. So it is in 9CR13. But again, it's what? It's 15 years old. Damn. So I'm sure 9CR back 15 years ago was a pretty decent steel. HK 14452, 159, 185, 105, 85, 190. Yeah, they're not cheap. But because this one's a little worse for wear, I'm not selling it that high. It would be a decent collector's knife, but again, being as rough as it is, well, great question. I never really looked into it that far. If you really try, there's a little bit of blade play. There's no lock rock though. Well, no, wait. Not more than it's to be expected. There's, when you push this way on the blade, there's a little bit, but being a lockback, I don't think I'd worry about that. If it was moving forward, I wouldn't, or I'd worry about it, but no, it feels solid. I'll put it this way. I wouldn't feel bad using it. If I carried it, I wouldn't be scared. There are certain knives where they've had weird blade play issues and I won't carry them. So they licensed the name to Benchmade for Benchmade to make, or they commissioned Benchmade to make them for them. I do have some decent stuff on the table. I think the best deal on the table is definitely the leaks, but not everybody's interested in those, which is fine. This one's a pretty solid deal. It is. They're 232 brand new, and I'm selling it for 170 something. Not so mysterious. That does look familiar, but channel activity. Yes, you've been here a few times. Okay. Which one? I'm doing fine. How about yourself? And yeah, for anybody curious, same knife. 160, 185, 105, 85, and that's a different one. Different, it has a blade hole. And then the only one that's ever sold on eBay is 150. Honestly, if it doesn't sell here, then I'll probably just stick it on Blade Binge for like 100 and leave it at that. I'm sure somebody will snatch that thing up. But as always, subscribers get first dibs on things. I think that's the right way of doing things. The people that support you the most deserve first dibs on things. I am going to miss this one. It's comfortable. Of course, I'm better than Whatnot. I thought about doing Whatnot, and then I decided why not just sell shit myself, and then Whatnot doesn't take a cut. Plus, they wanted me to do an interview, and I'm like, I'm a little too lazy to do that. not only did I have to do an interview, but I had to show up on a Zoom call with camera turned on. And I just said, nope. The best steel on the table is definitely the ZT. It's also the most expensive on the table, but the what now? It's S35, so it's not like the best steel, but it's solid. PETZL. This thing? The Spatha? Oh. Oh, I didn't even read that. Half serrated. Now you're not interested. Haha, take that. Those. No, I know nothing about that company. These serrations are freaking gnarly, dude. They're narrow and they're so close to each other. And I haven't tested. I sharpened the Tonto myself, and I hate sharpening Tontos, but come on. Oh yeah, that's gonna leave a nasty cut. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know. I kind of got it free with a TSA knife auction that I won, and I just never really looked into it. I looked into the price and I thought they were like $30, but other than that, oh, I got it for way under that. I think it cost me like 10. Of course, full transparency. I try to give you guys as good of deals as I can, but you know, I'm here to make a bit of money. It is 12C27. Yeah, this thing brand new is like $34. Nope, not quite. So Victorinox uses a cheap pan steel, and it sucks at edge retention, but it is a fully stainless steel. And it's tough. The whole point behind Victorinox knives is they wanted a knife that would be passed down from generation to generation. That's what they said. And it has to be stainless to do that. Yeah, I can hold it for you, but I gotta see how much they sell for on eBay first before I give you a price. Like brand new on sale, they're 34. But your retention is dog shit. PETZL Spatha. Sold items 19, 30, 20, 50. Fuck that. 18, 25, 55. Some of y'all are special. So it seems like they're selling around 20. This one sold for 15. And it's in better condition than this one. I could do that. I like the idea of a mystery box. The downside is if you send something that people don't like, they want to return shit, and I don't do returns. So then you got somebody that's pissed off that, you know, it's just not a really good time sometimes. I think I sharpened it. So after shipping on this one, sometimes it's worth the hassle. If somebody wants to do it, I could do that. That explains what the giant fucking hole in this thing is. It's for a carabiner. Because it's a climbing knife. That, I was wondering what kind of cheap gas station bullshit this thing was. So let's see. Woodinator wanted it held on to. And after shipping, it will be, that one sold for 14. And it was in better condition than this one. So it sold for 20 after shipping. I'll do 17. Write it in the book. I'll give you value for the price. That is one of my promises. If I do a mystery box, the value new will be over what you paid. But I have to get some good shit before I start doing that. Of course, most of the things that you'll get will be used. Not everybody likes that. So yeah, all of these knives are for sale, Crook. Sorry, I didn't see that you said something. At a Woodinator. And this one costs 17. PETZL Spatha. Today is what, 9/1? Yep. Oh. SEP1. Okay. So, Woodinator, you are put on the list for the Spatha. I need to remember to put prices on all these. And I need to tell Brando that the price for the green Praxis has gone down. to what, 33? Is that what I said earlier? It'll just save him an extra $4. He doesn't know about this, but yeah. But it's nice to do. What kind of Kershaws? Well, let's see. We've got a Kershaw Echelon, a Kershaw Shuffle 2, and 2 leaks, 3 leaks. I think that's it for Kershaws on the table. All right, Woodinator. Send me your shipping info. Michael paid for your Spatha. Still think the name of that thing's so funny. So, JJ, did you want this one? Or were you debating on that? Please don't tell me that chat broke again. Well, then happy birthday instead of... Do you still get money for your birthday? I don't think I get shit. A cheap knife around fiberglass. Ooh. Yeah, you need something with edge retention. And as much as I'd love to ship you that thing doesn't have edge retention. God, y'all are so weird thinking that this thing looks cool. Genuinely. I think I'm making $3, $2 on that. Which I think is fair, because it's... You know, you didn't even let me show you, like, it's got scratches and stuff. You know? It's got discoloration. I don't know, I'm not trying to give you excuses not to buy it, but I need to show you all the issues with it before I feel like I sold you a defective piece when it's not. It's a backlock. I already sharpened it, but I can sharpen it again. I think 12C27. Let me check how much carbide it is percentage wise. Almost none. Okay. Fair enough. Yep. I'll do it. Well, this has probably been the most entertaining stream I've had in a while. Most of the time, they're not that great. I kind of just sit here and talk to nobody. So it has been nice having people to talk to. So for fiberglass work, you're going to want something like D2. And trust me, I'm not trying to sell you something more expensive. But this is a solid knife. The only downside with it is if you're working around fiberglass, it does have ball bearings. Oh no, that thing's getting a full fucking polish, dude. You said the treatment. It's getting the treatment now, and that's your fault. I can't talk too much on Nitro V. The only experience I've had with it was terrible, and that's because the one that I got was in really bad, or had a really bad heat treat. This one, so this is a mini Praxis, and then I've got a full size one of these. I think I've got them up for 25. Let me see. I need to see how much it would be. It might be like 26 or something. Calculator. 25 minus. I'll lose a bit, but I could do 26. Not a big deal. Shit, watch me just sell out of everything before I end the stream. Okay. So I sold this. I've sold 3 things tonight. This, a PM2, and a baby banter. Okay. I just need to make sure I'm not missing out on anything. Now we'll give it a solid touch up. That baby banter was a solid deal. If you want one, I'll see if I can find another. And if I find another, I'll do the same deal. I think I subscribed to you like a while back. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, no problem. I'm doing just fine. How about yourself? Yep. I can't hold an angle properly when it comes to the this kind of sharpening. I can't do that. I've been practicing, but I'm not great. And when I've already sold something, I'm not going to be practicing on it. If you want to do one of them two-person streams, I don't care. You got to find a day that'll work for me, though. Oh, yeah. Now let's get rid of that burr and move up. What kind of, I think you said you were doing like camping content? I do not have Discord. Well, not for this. Well, I have to see, yeah, I have to see what angle the edge is sitting at. Because if I can't see it, then I can't hold an angle if I can't see what angle it's at. Oh, well, you have fun with that. I think I'm going to stick to my knife stuff. Yeah, sure. I've got 3 of them up for sale, so that shouldn't be too hard. So, for anybody curious, if I'm holding on to something, you have 1 month to pay for it. If you don't pay for it, then it goes back up for sale. Through email. If you go onto my profile and you click on the bio section where it says more, in that it'll yeah, I have an email in my bio. Again, like I told everybody else, it's supposed to be for companies, but at this point, it's not just for companies anymore. So this is a diamond lapping film from Sharpo. It's sitting on a glass plate. Basically, it's a sticker with diamond pieces in it. So if you go on here and you hit that, and then you hit the more, it's right there. And that's how you, dude, no way. How many do we have now? 1,650 subscribers? Holy shit. Where are you people coming from? I mean, obviously the streams, but damn. I'm not even kidding you. I hit 1,600 2 days ago, and I'm already halfway to 17. $1.6K subscribers. Yeah, that was my stream last night. There were like 130 people in there at once. It was wild. It was quiet, but it was wild. I've never had that many people in there at once. So August 30th. 2025. Dude, if the channel keeps growing like this, we'll see you later, JJ. You have a good one. Dude, there's no way I'm not monetizable right now. I'm not? No shit. Oh well. Not a big deal. So he wanted mini Praxis. I think I said 26. Okay. So I got two, well, technically one that's being held on to. All right, let's work on finishing this up. Well, okay, so it's not YouTube's fault. And the reason I say that is I have the chance to turn on um what's it called? Memberships. I can turn that on anytime that I want. I choose not to, and it's the same thing for donations. It would turn on donations, memberships, and super stickers or whatever. Whatever the fuck those are. It's like another way of doing donations. But basically, I don't have those turned on because I don't want to pay taxes on my YouTube channel. The more ethical sounding reason that's also true is I don't like the thought of people donating to me and getting nothing out of it. It's streams like these that really pay for the channel. Where, people buy shit from me. Stuff that they actually want. They get, they get something out of it. If I do the donations, they get a shout out and then what? Literally nothing. You get a shout out. I talk to you like I talk to everybody else. And then nothing. You don't get anything. You don't get anything physical. And I understand that affording a full knife is a little more expensive, like quite a bit more expensive actually than a small donation. No, I get that. I understand that this has entertainment value. No, I've not heard of Viacom. Is that something that I should know about? Well, I'd assume they get paid for doing a job. Music artists get paid for views. I'm doing just fine. How about yourself? I had a whole bunch of people buy some shit from me tonight. Really, really cool. And trust me, I understand that you guys think that you get some entertainment value out of this, and that's great. But you could just do that for free, you know? So for as long as I can put it off, I will be putting off monetizing this channel. Because you guys don't need to pay to be entertained. Also, because genuinely, I wouldn't donate to watch my own shit. Okay, so here's the thing that I haven't brought up that I mean, I kind of brought it up, but not in depth. I do my own taxes. I don't enjoy doing my own taxes. Having to add the fact that I have a YouTube channel that's making money is not going to be fun. Look, I might turn them on next year, but it's not happening this year. Like, I barely understand the tax code as it is. And unless they simplify that shit, I might have to start paying somebody else to do it. Especially if I decide to turn the YouTube channel into a business. I do keep the YouTube channel money and my money separate already, so that's a bright side of things. But yeah, I just really don't want to add extra shit to my taxes. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I get a little bit of help, but I don't pay somebody to do it. It's not fun. Now, with the little amount of money that I make, it's not really, really bad. It only takes like an hour. But I think if they'd simplify the tax system, everybody would be happier. And my mom agrees with me on this. I think that we should put a 15% income tax. Flat. That's it. Companies have to pay, people have to pay, and there's no getting around it. Like, oh, you made $100,000 this year. Well, instead of us taking 33% of that, how about we take 15? Oh, your company made $100 million? Cool. So we're going to take 15 million and you can keep the rest to pay your employees and shit. You know how much simpler that would be? Instead of tax brackets, like, ooh, look at me. I make 16,300 some odd dollars. I'm going up into the next tax bracket. Yeah. Tell me now why they don't tell us how much we owe. Explain that to me. They know how much we owe. And if we fuck up, then we get in trouble for it. Send that shit out. Our government has more people that don't do shit than the military. Which, I mean, that's blatantly obvious, but we've got more pencil pushing bureaucrats that don't do shit and get paid $80,000 a year to do nothing. You want to make money? Earn it. That did not go well. Oh, I don't even have the lens cleaner anymore. That stuff's long gone. I used it all. Nope, I don't. That shit's expensive. I do not. And every time that I've seen somebody use a hone on serrations, it fucks them up every single time. So I think I've decided that that's just not going to happen. Like, they're sharp, you know? There's one spot where I can see some glinting, but other than that, they're perfectly fine. Serrations are just something that I really don't mess with. Well, I don't normally buy things that are serrated or even half serrated, so the fact that I own this is just because it came in a it came in an auction full of other shit that I actually wanted. But on the bright side, as every knife that I sell, I try and clean them to the best of my ability. I honestly never expected this thing to sell at all. So, for anybody wondering, the spray that I'm using, it's mostly water. There's a little bit of alcohol in there so that it dries quickly and doesn't hurt non-stainless steels. And Dawn dish soap. I try to advertise, but it's kind of like the same thing as telling people to like and subscribe. Is I find that very annoying. Yeah, so I'm just gonna say now happy late birthday because this thing ain't showing up on your birthday. No, I'm just saying happy late birthday because it's definitely not showing up before your birthday. There we go. Now we're starting to get some of that nasty shit out of there. That black stuff right there should not be there. Yeah, that was solid. Nasty. Nasty, nasty, nasty. I swear this thing sneaks back into my pocket every time. Honestly, at this point, there's like no reason for me to carry anything else. Yep, no problem. I can't have any reason for people to be complaining about the shit that I sell. Okay. Now, as for lubrication, yeah, unless it's already clean, it might already be clean, but no. But I don't need to be the first thing you complain about. If you're in Australia, dude, then just please keep in mind how much shipping is going to cost. Sure, but I don't need me being the thing that you're complaining about, so... No. Crytex lives in Australia. Here's what I'm going to tell you. If you're going to buy from me, unfortunately, I'm probably going to have you buy through Blade Binge. And I have no clue how much shipping is going to cost. And then there's customs forms, and there's a lot of shit involved. It's stupid, but you have to do everything legally, unfortunately. I'm not saying that I condone doing illegal things. What I'm saying is it's annoying. Very much annoying. So yeah, there we go. That is the best that I can clean it. I put a little bit of mineral oil in there. It is nice and smooth. Just for shits and giggles, because I'm curious. Where is that piece of paper? Oh, I threw it over there. What a turd. Oh well. I want to see. Is it reflective? I am in Idaho, yes. Hell yeah. Nice and clean. Yeah, shipping down to Florida is like $5 to $6. It's not bad. It is 3 in the morning. And I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I think I'll go for another half hour and then I'm going to be done. I doubt anybody else is going to buy anything tonight, so I think we can just sit here and relax. Very eventful stream. Oh, I can't sit here and relax. I have to get this thing ready to ship. Let's get the cutting board back out. Okay. That shit's actually cutting. Okay, yeah, I was pushing a little harder. God damn. You got a sharp ass knife, dude. That is a sharp, sharp knife. Yep, there you go. I told you, international shipping's insane. Oh, I need to resharpen this. Well, now that I've got 3 people sending me shit to it, yeah. I check it like once every week and a half or so. I usually go through Instagram because Instagram's just easier for me. It's a messaging app, not an email. Okay, I'll check that tonight. Yeah, I can't, forgot what I was gonna say. Oh well. I haven't gotten used to answering emails, but I don't receive emails very often, so Well, my sister calls me old. I'm 23, but she still calls me old. I turn 24 next year. I do a decent amount of networking, so I talk to a lot of companies. Do they respond? Sometimes. Are they interested in talking to me? Probably not, but I do a lot of networking. I have connections with sharpening companies, a few knife companies, a few knife factories. Eventually, I'll be having my own shit made. Damn, you're old. No. What is that? 15 years on me? That sounds extremely overinflated. Yeah, what was your favorite dinosaur? Did you have a favorite dinosaur? Laser engraving. I might need that done. What was World War One like? That was probably pretty nasty, huh? Well, cool. I can't believe I actually got some shit sold today. I need to check and make sure that it's only 3 items. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me for some reason. World War One was pretty nasty. So that one shipped out and should have been received already. That one shipped out and was received. I could have sworn I had one other thing that needed shipped out, but I guess not. Also, I need to cross your name off the list. because yours is paid. That's what I'm forgetting. I knew I was forgetting something. Receipts. That is kind of important. Okay, so Michael, you're going to be receiving 2 receipts in your thing, in your package, because you purchased 2. Let's see. Yeah. So what is today's date? It is 9/1, so 09. Yeah, Crytex, we do things in a different order here. Yeah. So let's see. Pens and Pen Blades bought the Baby Banter for 40. Damn, that was a good deal. Honestly, I thought I charged him 45, but nope. Well, it sold quick. That sold 6 hours after I bought it. Like 6.5 hours. Mostly because they're made in China. Okay. So that's the last receipt on this page. So that one goes with the Baby Banter. Next page. Date 0901. Which business idea? I think you were the one talking about the little or the blank ZT pouches, right? A lot of people won't pay for those. It's kind of just a, oh cool, it still comes with it sort of deal. One of these days, if I start making enough money, I might come up with some of those that have KO knives on them or something. I don't know. Or just KO on them. So this one was 155. No, house prices here are fucking insane. Yes, make it say cock. That sounds great. um, and then no, it's not my initials. For paid 155. Zeros due from KO. Yeah, the house prices are you're never getting a house. If you don't have a house already, you're never getting one. So, owed 0. If you want to go search through all of my videos and find out what the KO stands for, you're more than welcome to. But it is not knockout. Oh, 901. That's disgustingly high. Well, that's kind of how it is here. You spend your life paying it off. Well, congratulations. When I graduated high school, they were 250,000. Fucking boomers these days. Ooh, look at me. I got a house by trading a raspberry and a $5 bill. Fucking bullshit. Just so everybody's clear, I'm putting on a bit. I'm not genuinely mad about this. It's entertaining to me. Yeah, exactly. I should have been buying a house when I was like into kindergarten, dude. Today's knife, I carried a Benchmade. God forbid. Yep. A knife from one of the worst brands ever. But I got it for a really good deal. I might end up selling that thing. I might keep it. I don't know. So this one is 17. Kitsune, what's up? Holy Cat, what's up? How's it going? So I have a couple fixed blades, but I'm not really interested in them. Of course I'm shitting on Benchmade. Dude, they're overpriced. I bought this thing for $100 off, and that's the only reason I bought it. Brand new, this thing's $180. I got it for $75. If it was any more than $75, I wouldn't have bought it. So you can't be picking on me too much for being a hypocrite right there. And a not folding knife is called a fixed blade. Look, if I'm gonna get anything for a decent deal, then of course I'm gonna buy it. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna enjoy it. It's actually been one of the worst experiences that I've ever had carrying a knife. And I think the reason why I've been carrying the Para 3 for the past 2 weeks, and the Griptilian just doesn't compare at all. And then there's the other side of things, that Griptilian was just cleaned. And being that it was just cleaned, its action went to shit really quick. So, Michael, your receipts are right here. Woodinator, you won't be receiving a receipt. Would you like these to be folded like this, or would you like them to be folded the other way? Because I'm assuming if you have family members that noticed you just spent $200 that might not be happy, you might want to receive the receipts facing inwards. We'll see you later, Crytex. Have a good one. Well, you're receiving both. Would you like them just like this, or would you like them like this? It is definitely morning. I think it'd probably be better to have them like this. But it's just for your records, you know. That sounds like a great idea. Unfortunately, Pens and Pen Blades over here is stuck with his single one that's going to be facing this way. So everybody knows that he just bought another knife. Now, I started this receipt book for when I actually decide to start doing this as a more business side of things, to keep track of things. And then I can put profit on each of these receipts on my copy. And yeah, should be good. Anyway, guys, I think I'm probably going to end it right here. It's been a pretty good night. Very productive. I will work on getting those things shipped out here pretty soon. As long as you guys give me... She knew the monster she married. That's great. So as long as you gave me the proper address, things will get shipped out on Tuesday. If you didn't, like somebody else that bought from me, they gave me a zip code that was one number too long. It took an extra 2 days. Why would I back something up when I have it on paper? I need to write a will. It's a morbid thing to talk about, but it needs to happen one of these days. I think you just ordered the one, so... The best thing, I will admit, the best thing about buying multiple knives from me at a time is you only pay shipping once. I'm gonna go eat a donut. You all have a great rest of your night, morning, day, whatever it is. And, am I gonna be streaming today? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, have a great rest of your night, morning, day, whatever it is, and we'll see you guys in the next one. And I think I'm just gonna stick to a piece of paper. It all works out. Bye, guys. 36 likes. How did that happen? Damn.